Oh, hi. Yeah, so, hi everyone. First of all, welcome to the stream. Second of all, you may notice that there's quite a lack of game right now. That's because, your boy didn't get paid from Patreon yet, and I don't know if I'm gonna get it until Monday. And my funds are in the double digits right now. So unfortunately, I have to resort to doing stuff that's for free for right now. But what better fucking way to do that than to talk about my most recent fucking hyperfixation, because we talked about it at Anime Detour. And then I did some digging and someone told me, oh yeah, by the way, there's like fucking shark people and shit in the Imperium. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean there's more than just giants? What, why is Games Workshop only hyperfixated on just the Ogrins? What do you mean there's more? What do you mean your wife's a cat girl in the fucking Imperium? Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. It is apparently my Twitch partner who's a fudget. So I went down a rabbit hole like 2 nights ago after reading about this shit, and I actually like called up Gaijin. I'm like, Gaijin, this is who I am now. Just like you with orcs, I am now just about the abhumans. Why does no one talk about them? Why are people not working? Why are people not making more? You mean besides with Haste? I mean, yeah, I played Haste last night. I could do that again, but you know, I know 40K is an easy hyperfixation to talk about with chat, and also it's TTRPG stuff. You know, the thing that I'm supposed to like? That most people followed me and follow my Patreon for, like, in the first place. Coming at you live from my job to say hi. Also, Big Battle, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, Miles. Hey, Miles, what's good? 40K is making a huge rise up because you and your friends in the Unexpectables, I first learned about it. Oh, fuck yeah. Have I gotten into the leagues of Votann? Yeah, I've gotten into Votann. I know Votann's the squats and everything. I'm like, okay. Alright. Like, all I know is that Votann is just like the squats that just became fucking space miners and separated themselves from the Imperium. I just realized I have Balatro muted and the music is coming from the stream. Yeah, sorry, it was like the fastest, like, just like elevator music I could play in the background. I apologize for that. Oh, hi, Calamity. I don't want to advertise how long I've been subbed. Oh, well, whatever, it's fine. Weaver of Passion, thank you for the partner birthday. It figures, right? I find out that today's my partner anniversary and I have nothing to show for it. I'm such a professional streamer. I'd love more sanctioned beastmen of any kind in 40K. Well, first of all, aren't the beastmen like supposed to be just like goat people? Like, that's like as close to like minotaurs and satyrs as the Imperium is going to get, without just like saying they're nothing but they're Xenos or Chaos. anything that makes the Imperium less fascist is more of a plus in my book. Big true. Big fucking true. Work is being very work. One of my supervisors is leaning for greener pastures with his girlfriend. The other supervisor's now pregnant. Work is going to hell in a handbag. Oh, geez. Well, keep at it, soldier. Soldier on through. So besides abhumans, what would you want to wish to talk about and explore with 40K? Well, I guess mutants, because mutants basically are abhumans in some way, shape, or form. Do I have a hype train? Why do I have a hype train? We're just talking about 40K nonsense. Like, let me find, like, some of the ones that they just started off with. Like, the Afriel strain. Oh, yeah, that's right, the Afriel strain of humans. The 40K is a big number, Zito. Damn, that's crazy. Don't tell him about fantasy 40K. Warhammer fantasy. Yo, and Dark, thank you for the 63 months. Let's see. The Alfriel strain, also known as Homo sapiens maledictus. The Alfred strain is a shadowy experiment process in which the strain was genetically engineered genetic material from a number of the Imperium's greatest heroes. The legendary Machiaris was among the individuals replicated in this manner. They were created to surpass regular guardsmen in every way, faster, stronger, and more intelligent. The Afriel strain was an attempt to create the perfect soldier. Through it, though it resulted in an unforeseen mishap. The music is a bit loud. I can fix that. Yeah, but now I can't even hear it. Good for me. Let's see. For no reason that their creators could ascertain, the Afriels appeared to attract the anomalous animosity of other warriors and suffered the most appalling bad luck. Oh no. Snapperjack, thank you for giving a gift sub. So, do the humans that become monsters in the Ghoul Stars count as mutants or abhumans? Oh, what, you mean the ones that turn into literal fucking ghouls? I would imagine so, because they're considered abhumans to the Imperium. Hold on, but let me get back to this real quick, because I'm literally on, like, startup. Like, this is all the information that we are ever going to receive at the moment. Like, this is all the information the abhumans have, and it's kind of fucking appalling, dude. Let's see. In each case of the Afriel strain that has been fielded, it has been met with a period of success, for its soldiers are undoubtedly superior. The initial period of success, however, was always followed by rapid decline and eventually destruction of the regiment. Nonetheless, however the creators of the Afriel strain may be, they continue to experiment fielding their perfect soldiers across the war zones of the Imperium. Afriels are universally albino with pale hair, alabaster skin, colorless eyes, and something that only provokes the hatred in others. Oh my god. So it's literally fucking, so the Afriel strain is literally just like, diminishing returns the human. But my Space Marines, oh fuck, anything that has to do with the Space Marine, like, if you put the Space Marines as far away from 40K anything, all of a sudden everything gets way more interesting. I am literally gonna call these dudes the diminishing return humans. I mean, I'm sure we can't get away from this. I'm sure, like, there's an abhuman or mutant somewhere in this list that is basically, like... by the way, it's gonna probably be like, oh yeah, by the way, fuck it, like, the Space Wolves the Space Wolves basically like just put fucking dog genes into a person, and now there's werewolves running around in the Imperium. I wouldn't put it past them. In fact, I think that's actually a thing. Funny you mentioned that. Well, let's move on, huh? Oh God, what the fuck is this? The Amalgast? Look at all this lore. Jesus Christ. The Amalgast was Megalithic class exploratory vessel of the Adeptus Mechanicus constructed on the Warforge. Okay, blah 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 blah. Seek out a space hull containing the Amalgast. She would hope to extract and salvage data she could find on Mygo Lucanus records of the research ship. I'd like to at least know what the Amalgasts are supposed to be. The Amalgast was undamaged, blah, 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 blah. I'm guessing the Amalgast is... Oh, it's the ship. It's literally the ship. Okay, so there's like... unless there's something that has to do with abhumans in here, I'm not really seeing anything.
Oh yeah.
It's talking about Skitari, and I know Skitari is Adeptus Mechanicus.
Oh yeah.
Whoa. A funny ghost just dropped 10 gift subs.
Yeah.
Thank you, spooky ghost.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I think it like probably fucking behooves me to put up a certain piece of artwork that started this whole fucking like thing. Cause when I was hanging out with everyone at Anime Detour from the Unexpectables.
Oh yeah.
Zan showed me a piece of artwork that I was just like, oh fuck, I kind of like this is amazing and I kind of love it. It's like a picture of like a good chunk of abhuman, like female abhumans all standing in a row, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Hold on, I'll show it to you in a second. That looks so fucking cool, though. Like, this instantaneously just made me love the Imperium, like way more. Like, I don't give a fuck about the Space Marines. I want to hear about the trials and tribulations of average Joe dudes. And then they told me, oh yeah, by the way, the Imperium has mutants and evolutionary strained humans. I'm like, why is no one talking about this, though? Yes, I know. I know Twitch won't like that, so I figured I'd just show it very quickly. I figured the lady on the far left was a psyker, and the one on the far right was a, what was it, a navigator? Yeah, because it was like, what, a psyker, a beast man, Nightkin. I'm not sure if it's a Nightkin. I think that's incorrect though. A Ratling, an Ogren, a Felonid. I forget what the long folks' names are, but the ones that are born in like zero gravity. Didn't Abhuman auxiliaries get cut from the IG army list? If they did, I have no fucking idea. Longshanks, yes, thank you. Look, I gotta tell you, I love the idea that the Imperium has fucking blind mole people. Like, why are we not talking about this? That's so much more interesting than just some jerk off with psychic powers. Alright, so the Amalgast is just a ship. What is the Amphi? Look how fucking small of lore this is. Literally reduced to a fucking sentence. The Amphi is an ab-human strain hailing from the world of Lampra. They are also known to possess shape-shifting properties. Why the fuck are we not talking about the fact that the Imperium has changelings? For fuck's sake! Marking that down real quick. I'm fucking putting down changelings. All right, that's it. That's all they have. Like, why? Liber Xenologist, for fuck's sake, dude. More. We need more of that. Because Ultramarines are cool. No, they're not. They're fucking boring. Here we go. Beastmen. Homo sapiens viratus are bestial ab-humans combining the forms of human and animal. They are considered to be fairly genetically stable compared to those inflicted with more random, unpredictable mutations. Beastmen are known to have first appeared during the Age of Strife. At some point in their ancestry, they merged with animal strains. In general, they have cloven hooves, digigrade legs. The faces that represent animals and their arms and hands are usually similar to a standard human's, allowing them to use human weaponry and tools. Formerly freely recruited in a number of the Imperial Guard, where they were valued mainly for their bloodlust. They fought for the Emperor in order to atone for their sins of being born mutants. No, man! You were just made this way! Oh, no! Fuck this rotten skeleton, man. Like, for the Emperor and shit, but like, my god, don't fucking, like, put yourself on that pedestal. Fuck you, skeleton, you heard me. Right in front of my salad. Officially... Hey, Stinky.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you! Hi, how you doing? Officially the Imperium, in the Imperium there are 73 official recognized ab-human breeds. 46 of them are declared extinct and 12 are to be believed extinct due to lack of contact. But you could say that the Administratum just got their paperwork wrong. It's not like that hasn't happened before. Let's see. However, Beastmen are less seen in the Imperium service than they were before. They are now subject to several Imperial prosecutions and have been placed on the registry of prescribed citizens by the Adeptus Arbites. As such, they are effectively precluded from settlements on or transporting to and from. More than 300,000 worlds of the Imperium are forbidden from being conscripted as an Imperium tithe obligation. These restrictions are a sure sign that Beastmen will soon lose their ab-human status completely and be reclassified as Xenos Horrificus and marked for eradication, for fuck's sake! Despite this, partly due to the ex-Genites of the Great Rift and difficulties faced with the Imperials and the Imperius Nihilus, while Beastmen face further discrimination in the Imperium Guard, faithful ab-humans are still recruited into the Fraternus Matilla militia as of the era Indominus. Led by the Confessor Sergeant, they are often given auto guns by the Ecclesiarchy and deemed unworthy of wielding las guns. They gladly lay down their lives for their beloved goat emperor, possibly an unfortunate dialect or pronunciation issue. Bro, what the fuck? Just let the Minotaurs be Minotaurs. They're here to serve the Emperor. You want more of these? Yeah, aren't these fucking, like, interesting? Like, what? This is so much more interesting than just a normal-ass dude with a gun. Let the furries join the Imperial Army. They don't even have to be furries. Like, aren't there, like... There's, like, dryads and fucking, like, just long-limbed alien people. We got Greys in the Imperium, dude. It's interesting, but we have to keep things simple so that we can appeal to a larger audience. I disagree. Yeah, you could have broad appeal, but you could also, like, tell people, hey, do you want more? Because we have so much more. And if you want more, it gives us a reason to, you know, make more things. If the weirdo mutants want to fucking fight for the Imperium, let them. Someone has to give a shit about the Imperium. The League of Voltan are the best human factions, in my opinion. Like I said, I know that the Squats are in the Voltan, and Squats used to be part of the Imperium, but then, you know, Voltan happened. So wait a minute, what was I on again? Oh right, the fucking Amphi are fucking changelings. Like, God, dude. Beastmen, blanks. Also known as the Untouchables, Pariahs, Psychic Nulls, and Black Souls, they are an exceedingly rare strain of human mutants whose mutation is so-called Pariah gene, allows their minds to exclude a negative psionic field that both disrupts psionic phenomenon in a radius and ultimately makes them immune to all tangible and imaginable psionic effects. They possess a negative presence in the warp that drains the energies towards their void-like soul. In scientific terminology of the Imperium, a blank is an Omega minus Psyker, otherwise just called Omega class negative psionic. Bro, what? That would fuck up Gene Stealers so hard. That is the best counter to Gene Stealers. Why isn't the Imperium making these dudes on purpose? They're rare as hell. Maybe one per system at most. As opposed to positive psychers that are found within many species of Xenos in the galaxy, blanks and even lesser negative psionics are exclusive to the human species. The Pariah gene is inheritable, and whilst positive psionic powers... Sorry, I'm a fucking dumbass. While positive psionic powers have no known correlation with genetics, there exists a direct correlation between a blank parent and a blank offspring. Some populations are known to harbor a high frequency of untouchable births. Feral folk of the world of Vesor is one such notable people. So, it's plausible. Yeah, most likely if one was found by the Imperium, they're gonna fucking nab it instantaneously. Based on my limited understanding of 40K, wouldn't that also mean they're potentially harmful to the Emperor's presence in the warp? Technically, yes. But at the same time, you can't sit here and tell me that no one in the Imperium's gonna look at that and go, one of two things is gonna happen. Someone in the Imperium's gonna either say, we should kill it, and someone else is gonna go, no, we should use it. And then civil wars happen. Yeah, basically. Alright, so I'm marking that down. Psychic void people. Blood fiends? Alright, what do we have here? The blood fiends were a failed attempt at cloning by the blood angels, which was soon exploited by the Fabius bile. As a result of the Arco insurrection, the Blood Angels' numbers were severely depleted, and one Sanguaria priest proposed a radical solution to using replicate techniques, similar to techniques that the Raven Guard have used during the Horus Heresy. Commander Dante refused to approve the project, but Caius continued with his research in secret. With his help of the rogue Magos biologist, Haran Serpis, Caius created a stable clone from his own gene seed and dubbed it the Blood Child. At first, the experiment seemed to be a huge success, since the clone emerged with an almost complete Astartes physiology and self-aware enough to learn combat techniques quickly. But when it was matched against Blood Angels, Sergeant Rafen and the Flesh Terror Sergeant Nock, the Blood Child succumbed to a red thirst within a matter of minutes, and after drinking blood from a wound it inflicted on Nock, transformed into a vicious rabid mutant. Ooh. Whoops. We made vampires. Blood fiends began life as feral creatures in the most primitive state, although they become smarter and stronger and more lethal as the amount of potency in the blood they drank. Corpses left by blood fiends were completely drained of all blood and vital fluids. Their appearance's skin was dark, reddish-brown in color and resilient enough to withstand multiple shots from a bolter. They had extra joints in their hands, legs, and arms, and rows upon rows of razor-sharp fangs that gulped down blood from their victims. They also developed fleshy webs between their limbs that allowed them to glide through the air from great heights. It is unknown how much blood fiend makeup was a result of tampering with bile or Caius' own relative ignorance of replicate techniques. While making his proposal to Commander Dante, Caius admitted that the Raven Guard's similar experiments had been a catastrophic failure. While Bile was confronted by Caius' lab, he mocked that he had been running genetic experiments for over 10,000 years, that Caius' work has never had a chance of succeeding. So we have basically fucking, like, semi-bats. We have semi-vampire bat humans. Now we come to Ethical Dilemma Theater with this one. These were a experiment that have gone far too wrong, and they are far too feral to actually have, like, their own thoughts and wills, that I can't logically see these things as app humans. Like, even, like, full-on vampires have sanity. You know, fucking wanes when it drinks blood, but this is just like, no, we are born to eat. Man-bat people? Oh no, my friend. That's the Crave. And they're Xenos. Yeah, these don't... They would make amazing shock troops and enemies. They would, but they don't take orders. They just go out into the fucking... They just go out into the battlefield and just eat. That's their whole ordeal. They kill so they can eat. That's basically it. And that doesn't show a spark of humanity. That just sounds like, you know, a rabid animal that kinda looks human. Have a psyker exert their will over them? Yeah, but to be an abhuman would mean you wouldn't fucking need someone to do that in the first place. Because being abhuman means that you are a gene, you are a part of humanity. You, like, despite your changes, you are still human. This thing isn't human. This thing is a test tube creature made from a fucking blood angel. And by that point, do we count Astartes as pure humans? Which, as we all know, Astartes can't fuck. But you know who can fuck? Abhumans. Like, that's the biggest thing abhumans have on the Astartes. They can fuck. Or as the Astartes calls it, what, like, true breed? Yeah, they can true breed. So I propose that blood fiends are not abhuman. Which is weird, which is weird that in the old editions they would mingle with people having families, and in the newer one it said no snoo. I'm gonna, like, obviously there's so much to fucking be said about this, and the lore is all fucking garbled and different and weird. But to keep things relatively simple, I'm going to, like, put it under the concept that Astartes can't true breed, but the abhumans can. So I'm gonna mark this one off as no. Oh, jeez. I don't want Final Fantasy. Get out of here. Wait, this isn't about you. This isn't about you, Yoshi. I'm sorry. Alright, so Blood Fiends, no. Brotherhood of Ruin. I'm assuming this isn't abhumans. The Brotherhood of Ruin was an abhuman empire operating around the Maelstrom during the Great Crusade period, commanding many thousands of small ships and having a force of orc mercenaries. The warlords of the Brotherhood unleashed their cyborg and orc legions against the Adeptus Mechanicus worlds of Sarum. However, they were annihilated by the World Eaters in the Golganath slaughter. Okay, well that's an extinct species then. Why aren't there 40,000 characters? Ace, I guarantee you there's more than that. I fucking guarantee you there is way more than 40,000 characters in Warhammer. Alright, what is the Brute Pox? The Brewpox are a company of Plague Ogren. 3 companies were among the last wave of Chaos forces that never mind, Chaos. Sorry. No Chaos allowed. Sorry, this is the Imperium. None of that shit here, sorry. I don't know shit about Warhammer. Don't worry, it's fine. Sorry, no Chaos, my bad. We ain't allowing that. Alright, the Deeper. What is the Deeper? The Deeper are a type of mutant that dwell within the depths of the Necromunda Hive Primus. They are originally descended from a foolish homesteader who tried to make his life out in the fungal depths of the Hive's bottom. Centuries later, that environment changed them so that the Deeper now have hairless rat-like skulls, skin the color of pus, black eyes that look like lumen globes, and are both taller and thinner than any other mutant. They have become a sable strain of mutation, but have yet to been classified by the Imperium of being abhumans. We have fucking mushroom people! Wait, hold up, hold on. Casey had something to say, hold on. What was that? What happened? Because it was originally a strain of human that evolved. That's what the abhumans are. Yeah, right? So wait a minute. So now we have to look into this. With what little information we have going for this thing. So, it's some crazy idiot went below the depths of the hive city and tried to make a life in the fungal depths. So, it claims that these things have hairless rat-like skulls, skin the color of pus, and black eyes that look like lumen globes that are both are both taller and thinner than any other mutant, which means apparently these things are fucking taller than than the fucking what are those things? Someone just said them before. I apologize. The ones that are made in void space, Longshanks. Yes, thank you. Apparently these things are taller than fucking Longshanks. No, Longshanks are taller than Ogren. What this? Meat? Thank you, Casey. Meat! Casey just gave me a bunch of beef jerky sticks from different animals, different game meats. Trying to figure that out. Maybe they're boneless. We're gonna get to that. Because at the end of this, I'm like, why the fuck don't we just make up some of our own? Why the fuck can't people make up their own abhumans? That'll be me. Here I go doing my homebrew again. The thing that everyone fucking follows me for. Any gator jerky? Yes, actually. Okay, so nothing in here claims that the Deeper don't have the foresight to work for the Imperium. Doesn't Games Workshop hate fanworks? No. Games Workshop hates it when you use canonical characters. Games Workshop hates it when you take the canon lore and fuck with that. That's when they have a problem. If you make up your own character, it's all fair game. The sad thing about abhumans is that they really only get a bad end of the deal due to backing up Horus during the heresy, but they made a point cause at that time that they were being treated like second-class individuals. Hopefully Gilliman fixes that. God, I hope he does. The galaxy is a big place, so anything can happen. I mean, there's the outer fringe, dude. Okay, so back to the Deeper. I propose that mycetid mutants are indeed abhuman. They are still a stable strain of mutation. And if they're stable, that basically means they're a new evolutionary type of human. Yeah, stability is the main thing, and this is a stable strain. So we have mushroom people in the Imperium. At least in Necromunda, but we still have them. All in favor of me as a fucking consultant in the Imperium census. All in favor of Deepers being abhumans. You know what? We should be democratic about this as well. I'll wait till, like, everyone else decides, and then I'm gonna be like, okay, well, hold on, let me flip back a second. You can homebrew Blood Fiend mutation. Yeah, a mutation, yes. I'm not saying you can't do that, but I can't, okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to go back to that one. Blood Fiends. I can't in good fucking conscience claim that Blood Fiends are actually abhuman. If anything, they are not stable, and they are genetically engineered creatures made from Astartes from the Blood Angels. So no, I have to claim Xenos Horrificus here. All in favor of the Blood Fiends not being abhuman. Getting a few eyes in chat. Fabius's bile new men, Homo Novus, are functionally the Blood Fiends, but they made them work because they were his prize project. Well, I guess we'll get to that then now, won't we? Plus, they're named Fiends. However, you say that, there are Night Gaunts. There are Gaunts and Ghouls in the Imperium that are not tainted by chaos, but in fact still sentient. We'll get to that soon. Hi, Young. I'm sorry. You came in at the most fucking mundane, and I have not gotten paid, and my money's in the double digits right now. So all I can do is just talk about Warhammer 40K nonsense. If that bores you, I'm sorry, man. But thank you for coming to the stream. We're looking into the freaks and the mutants of the Imperium. Because apparently the Imperium has fucking monster people, and we're not talking about them because for some stupid fuck reason, they only care about the Ogren, which are giant people. That's all they care about. There are fucking werewolves and cat girls in the Imperium. Why is no one talking about that? All right, the Discordant. Okay, what the fuck is happening here? Just checking on ya? Aw, thanks, dude. Thank you for the wellness check. As you can see, I'm losing my fucking mind. Discordant is a human possessing an astonishingly rare occurrence of mutation that emanates an anti-technological aura. Their mere presence is detrimental to most machinery, especially toxic to human technology, as it is known to silence machine spirits to the abject horror of the Adeptus Mechanicus. In any advanced and industrious society, especially the aforementioned Mechanicum, they are shunned away, if not considered an immense danger to the function and straightforwardly killed. We have EMP, human beings in the Imperium? Bro, that's so fucking good, actually. In the most bizarre of forms of discordance, a person exhibits the traits of disrupting all mechanical devices in an attempt to track its position. Aspects, augur arrays, and imaging cognitators fail to notice and display the position of the discordant, even in their most nested form. Depending on the quality of the device, it either shows an empty space where a person should be, or simply fails at its workings and displays static or an area of interference. Well, I can understand why the Mechanicus hate these guys, but... Hold on, let's see. Mysterious individuals in society, many oppressed, druggery of malefactoriums, tolling away their lives in the cursed machines. No matter the controversy, some of the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, wait, hold on. Some consider themselves less brutal in their ways and are content when a life of those poor souls ends with an unfortunate accident. While it is only reasonable to shun them away, it is at least fair enough so they won't disturb the workings of the industry. Many involve zeal and reason. So these guys just don't fucking play nice with the Mechanicus. It might come as a surprise to the Inquisitor that comes to employ a discordant that the forces of Adeptus Mechanicus aren't bothered by the position the Inquisition might possess in the Imperium, not in the face of the zeal of the machine gods chosen. Yeah, Ordo Xenos would love these dudes. How would you transport them? You mean to tell me that there isn't, like, fucking technology that these guys wouldn't be able to destroy? There has to be something, right? Like clockwork or analog technology. Yeah, basically. They would employ them to destroy blasphemous technology. Yeah, no, like, this is a... I can only see... Like, yeah, it's a little bit of a fucking, like, walk around, but I can see these guys being a net positive to a lot of missions. This could have a lot of use in the Imperium, and therefore I believe the Discordant have a right to be abhumans to the Imperium. Yay or nay? I believe that Discordant should have Imperium citizenship under the census. Nay? We have a nay. All right, let's hear you out. Why should the Discordant not have census citizenship within the Imperium? Elaborate. Oh no, I'm giving them a minute. Trust me, I'm giving it to them. Oh no, I'm not rushing them. Warp travel shielding takes extreme caution, and if it fails, causing demon invasions, lost ships, and just general awfulness. Not to mention their power is almost definitely tied to the Void Dragon within Mars. It could possibly wake up a charge, destroying one of the single most powerful Adeptus Mechanicus worlds, and would be right next to Holy Terra. Understandable, but now my argument is this. Who says they have to be within who says they have to be within the Milky Way? Who said, out of all of the worlds that are conquered by the Imperium, who says that they have to be within any sort of capacity to Terra? You would have to leave the Milky Way, which means you would have to be fighting Tyranids, wholly biological beings with zero technology. The biggest hurdle would get the Mechanicus on board. Yeah, because these guys would absolutely be on a fucking rogue trader ship, no problem, no fucking questions asked. I think he meant the Soul Star system. Ah, fair enough. I apologize. Fake fan, right? What proof is there that they are connected to the Necron Dragon? Put them in Tau territory and watch the light show happen? That's what I'm saying. Can you not fucking imagine the boon that having the Discordant would be in the fight against the Tau? The Mechanicus also hate the Jokero, which do their job better with crazy results. Oh, here, I got you. Oh, you're fine. Casey asked me to open up a bottle for her. My stream lagged. What'd you say about the Tau? I said that the Discordant would be the absolute best fucking unit to throw into the Tau for a fight. They gotta touch the device to shut it down, mind you. These guys getting near any Mechanicus member might straight up disable their life support system and implants, killing them instantly. Would their anti-tech aura work for Necrons too, or is that a totally different can of worms? Now, what the fuck? Who just gave me a gift on Steam? God damn it, Knave. He got me this racing game he showed me earlier called Make Way. Knave, you son of a bitch. I'm talking about 40K. I'm trying to have a stream that costs $0. Okay, so the issue now for everyone involved Because the problem here is now, it's not the fact that they are, wait, hold on, what is this? Ew, get this shit out of here. Fuck you, get that out of here, sorry. I just looked over at my notepad and fucking the AI like thing that they offer just appeared on my task on the yeah, I just did as well. I just turned that shit off as well. Fuck you, get out of here. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, the main thing we're considering for when it comes to abhuman status isn't the type of threat they pose to the Imperium. It is, are they a stable gene to human are they a stable gene that comes from human beings Let's see. The main thing we need to consider for abhuman status is its stability. These guys are a 1 in a trillion, and it doesn't seem genetic, so I say nay. Okay. See, that makes a little bit more sense to me. They are not a consistent strain. They are not a species of human. They are a mutation. They are not a breed. They are not a true breed. They are a once-in-a-lifetime mutation. I would consider that a form of mutation that is not, it's not like if one of these bred with another human, you're not gonna get another discordant. So, with that information in mind, do we consider the discordant an abhuman of the Imperium, yay or nay? We still have a lot of yays in chat. That's crazy. There's a nay. I'm getting way more yays than nays. Starting to break even between them. We have not come to a stable assertion, so now it falls to me. It now falls to me to pick a side. I would have said yay. I would have said yay if it wasn't for the fact that this is a rare breed. They are not consistent. Like, their powers aside, they are not a consistent, stable breed, thus making them not abhuman. It is a mutation. It is a oh god, not a contagion. What am I trying to say, chat? What am I trying to say? It is not a, it is a, Oh, fuck. Infliction? No. It's, corruption? No. No, not corruption. Like, there's a C word that speaks about, like, you know, like, it's a... Oh, fuck. Why can't... why just... Condition, thank you. But something like that. It was just basically, like, another word that meant, like, this is a condition, not a breed. So, I vote that the Discordant are actually not abhuman. I am striking them off the list. I'm also gonna strike Blood Fiends off the list. The next we have is the Drapanes. Alright, Acura, whatever, man. Drapanes are abhuman strains hailing from the world of Zentum 4. They have been known to have sickle-like heads. What? What do you mean? So their heads are shaped like a fucking moon? Do they literally look like that one dude from Shin Megami Tensei where his head is just a fucking moon? Or is it that they look like xenomorphs where like the head goes to the back? Cause now I'm just imagining like one of like Frieza's minions, but just more human. Either way, it's weird. It might be weird. More in a sense that the head curls slightly. Right. And yes, while it may be strange and weird, it says it clear as day. They are a strain. They are a strain of human. I have this book that this is sourced from. They are literally a single sentence side note. No further explanation as to what they look like. But they are accounted for as a stable strain of human, right? That's what we're fighting. That's what we're fighting for. We're fighting to see for abhuman censorship. I'm sorry, abhuman census indicating that it is a stable strain of human. Assumedly, yes. Cool. That's gonna have to be something I draw later. Cause what the fuck is sickle-like head? Sandwich Snatcher, is there any Mac tonight? Maybe. Is there any information in that book that explains the world in which they live in? Like, does it give like any environmental differences in their physiology based on the environment? Are they still here? Oh, he's checking. They're checking. Okay. They are part of a side note explaining genetically stable abhumans. Well, shit. But does it, does anything say what the planet is like that they're from? Maybe a sickle-like beak? No, it says sickle-like head. So it's their entire head is sickle-like. Says it right on the tin. All right, well that solves that. All in favor of Durpain's being abhuman. My answer is literally gonna be shit, I guess. just like some fucking Adeptus Mechanicus, like years later, finds like all this fucking information, gets to the Dreepain and goes, is it abhuman? Shit, I guess. Oh, no, wait. Shit, I guess. I think I know how they're supposed to look like. Nave, do you want to ride with me on this? Do you want to be, Do you want to be my sketch artist? Do you want to be my fucking, like, police sketch artist? For the fucking census Adeptus census? Sickle-like head, shit, I guess abhuman. Azentum 4. Azentum is a former town in Apula, which was in southern Italy, so maybe it's more like an ocean world. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking second. Wait a second. No, we have fish people already. We have shark people. But you know what we don't have? And you know what sickle, what could be? If you take the head of the creature I'm about to say, it could be sickle-like in nature. Octopuses. Squids. What if the Imperium has squid people? Hi, Spirit. Welcome to the stream. That's like the only fucking thing I can, like, think that makes sense. A squid mantle could be shaped in such a way. Exactly. What do you mean the Imperium has mind flayers? Bro. I subscribe to the theory. I subscribe to the theory that the Drapanes are actually squid people. Okay, but we're not gonna fight over the fact that they're abhuman. I'm gonna veto the idea that anyone else has the right to tell them that they're not abhuman. My thing here now is I need the will of the council to believe in me that these are cephalopod humanoids. All in favor that the Drapane are cephalopods. Yay or nay? Okay, so you know what? I have to look this up real quick. Hold on. Wikipedia cephalopod. So wait a minute, that would mean that, hold on. Okay. So You just made a sick concept out of a bit of throwaway flavor text. That's what we're here for, baby. That's what we're here for. All right, now hear me out. Now hear me out. What appears more sickle-like to you? What out of, like, the Nautilus, the fucking, this, what do we feel is more sickle-like in this comparison? Do we feel it's the cuttlefish, the squid, or the octopus? The last one on the right. That's a helix. Maybe it's a half-formed helix. It's Amistar. Okay, so you know what? I'm okay with the idea that they are all, like, they could be all of these. I'm of the idea that because of they all have a little bit of a sickle-like curve, that they all have the possibility of being a cephalopod. So that would mean that the Drapane would be Homo sapien, what is it? I just lost it. I just fucking got rid of it. I'm a fucking dumbass. That would mean that they would be Homo sapien cephalota. I'm writing that down. Designated Homo sapien cephalota. Cephalopoda, sorry. I can read, I swear. We're making that deep lore tonight, boys. If someone takes my shit as real, if someone takes my fucking shit as hand-to-God fan fiction for the rest of the internet, this could be another fucking Kobold scenario. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm like, shit, I guess I'll hold that fucking, like, L/W again. But that makes way more fucking sense than just a person whose head is shaped like a fucking crescent moon. Right? Am I crazy? Am I spouting nonsense like a curved-shaped head would be something like a cephalopod? Or, because I don't, dude, I can't scratch my head around the idea that a dude with fucking a sickle-like head results in one of two things. A xenomorph or a fucking squid. I'm writing on this. Or Mac tonight. I think we're just gonna call Mac tonight a fucking mutant and call it a day, because this is a stable strain of abhuman. Alright, so back to the main focal point of all of this. With this new quote-unquote information that has been enlightened upon us by the census. Does the Imperium census find the Drapanes abhuman of the Imperium? Sick. Next, felinids. Oh, baby. Wait, hold on. I gotta get a different song playing. Felinids, Homo sapiens sapiens hircistus, a recognized strain of abhuman within the Imperium. They are primarily known as being native to the world of Carlos McConnell. Considered a rarity outside of their world, few of them have seen them, and they are known con men who sell supposed felinid remains, which turn out to be human carcasses stitched together with animal skins. Xenologist Janice Drake recorded the discussion with Kroot mercenary Keth. I'm not gonna even bother to try and say that. In which the Kroot described felinids as cool in the face but mostly brutal opposition, and in some of the most efficient killers in the Astra Militarum regiment. However, he ultimately found it difficult to distinguish one from another, such as another such felinid. In Kroot's eyes, looked no different from the rest of humanity. At the mention of felinids possessing claws the lengths of a human forearm, the interviewer disregarded the whole statement as coming out as from an unreliable source. Chad, I don't know about you, but I think everyone would love the idea of there being Hrothgar fucking in the Militarum. Fucking does the census agree that the felinids, though rocky and shaky, are their source of reliable information? Do we have eyes in chat? Yay or nay that they are abhumans of the Imperium? Why the hell does everyone like cats? Fucking hell. The music is a bop. Neko Arc, dude. It's Neko Arc. Anyway. You know what we need? We need space music. Hold on. FTL OST. Apparently, according to the Xenos biologist, their claws are about as big as a man's forearm, but that's considered questionable since it was being told by a Groot Merc. Yeah, we just read that. The Gilliam. The Gilliam? I think that's what that's called. The Gilliam are human mutants caused by an irradiated or polluted void ship deck. Looking like sickly and crazed men, they are fervid scavengers with a pack mentality. Whether outcast, victim, or fugitive, to become a Gilliam is to leave humanity forever, descending into the depths of which there is no return. Haunting the dark spaces of the abandoned holds of great vessels, these debased, insane mutants are carrion eaters that subsist on whatever meat they can find and aren't too picky as to how they get it. They are dangerous and clever vermin and are exterminated mercilessly whenever possible. That's ghouls. I just said that like the fucking, the character I played in Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. Oh yeah, that's ghouls. Definitely ghouls. Oh my god! All right. So, now the question here I have a very, very, very shaky, argument in terms of saying that the Gilliam are considered abhuman. I don't believe my own shit, but I have to play devil's advocate here. Is one turning into a Gilliam a consistent mutation based on irradiated and polluted void chip decks? Because if it is a stable, consistent thing, I would argue that that is a strain of human, mutated. No, Ardwolf, that's exactly my point. Is this a ghoul scenario from Fallout? You need to choose to become a Gilliam, therefore it is not a genetic trait. This is also assuming that the radiation doesn't kill them. What do you mean 40K as cat girls? I've always wanted them to be one. I've always wanted to be one. Yeah, the felinids are real, dude. Did Gaijin do this? Did he drag you into the Warhammer hole? No. I've... Bold of you to assume that I haven't been inside the Warhammer hole to begin with. I just didn't have anything to hyperfixate to. And then I found out that there are abhumans. If it's mangled their genes to the point that they are so changed, they're probably sterile, therefore not having stable breeding. Okay. But nothing here claims that they don't breed, is the thing. But it does claim to become a Gilliam is to lose one's sanity. So I will leave it to vote, but there is like a very, very, very minute chance that a Gilliam could still retain sanity. But that, in and of itself, is so fucking rare that it doesn't become a stable strain. So I will now leave it to everyone here. Are Gilliams, by the census, recognized as abhuman? Resounding nays. Very well. Because the Mechanicus and their radiation planets. What? Whoa, what? Someone came to the defense of the fucking Gilliams? Explain yourself. Elaborate. I hold my my servant, you can't see it, but my servitor skull is holding its little tiny javelin directly at you. Elaborate. Admech planets are covered in radiation. Overruled. Overruled, because this has nothing to do with the planets. It has to do with the void ships. The argument on that scenario is that Gilliams are caused by irradiated or polluted void ship decks. Therefore, I find I'm not saying this to be a dickhead. I'm saying it that I feel like that's an overruling on your idea. If anything, these are all folk that need to be put out of their misery because it's almost like the Reavers from Firefly. So a resounding nay from everyone for Gilliam's to be not recognized as abhuman. Very well. Gland warriors. I don't know about you, but that feels a little that feels a little nurgle, chat. That feels a tiny bit nurgle. I'm not gonna lie to you, but not even looking at the lore yet. That sounds a little nurgle. A wee bit nurgle. Alright, gland warriors, also known as Homo sapiens atticus glandulae, are specialized genetically modified force of the Imperium Guardsmen, originally designed to battle the Tyranids. Oh. Despite being human originally, due to the nature of the modifications, they now are genetically classified as abhumans by the Imperium at large. Gland warriors have additional organs in which enhance their combat abilities, giving them increased muscle mass, aggression, pain tolerance, and immunity to most lethal toxins. However, these enhancements often result in them being mentally unstable. The glands implanted into the warrior contain the combat drugs known as Slot, Ferozon, and Spur, which enhance their capabilities in combat, though often at a price. Indeed, gland warriors, like any other group who utilize such potent drugs, such as penal legions, can die at any time. This often happens during combat, as their systems are quickly overcome with the drugs dispensed by their artificial glands. They are typically equipped with, almost exclusively for close quarters combat, with a las pistol, combat knife, and a form of halberd known as the dueling glaive. So I slowly look back out to the fucking audience of the census. The Imperium has fucking flesh golems. Isn't that just your average space marine? Yes, but there's one thing that separates them from the Astartes. Gland warriors can still fuck. Gland warriors don't get things taken away, they get things added to them. Yeah, this is what happens when you add on to a human and not take things away. Yeah, technically you're the Winter Soldier. They lose their mental fortitude, yes, but that's not a result of them adding things to it. That's just because of all the fucking drugs they're hopped up on. Like, the add-ons have a side effect, but the add-ons don't take away the fortitude at the get-go. So, these are literally junkies. Bioengineered junkies. Yeah, so does the census recognize gland warriors as abhumans? Despite the information we have been given, does the census abide to this? You might have to say nay. Elaborate. Narik the Fox also says nay. Based with the evidence we have been given right here, what makes you say nay? That the gland warriors are not abhuman. Now remember, to the consensus's fucking notion as to what an abhuman is, an abhuman is to be either genetically modified or a mutation or an evolution to the human genome, and also must have the capability to true breed. So meaning, are you sentient and can you fuck? Alderwolf, thank you for the 7 months.
Yeah.
So, gland warriors, abhuman. Are you human and can you fuck? Are you sane and can you fuck? That's basically what it boils down to. These guys are basically the Alfriel strain 2.0. Kind of, yeah. Except that the Alfriel strain just have diminishing returns on luck. As stated, gland warriors sound way too close to the diversion assassins. If the official Assassinorium found these guys, they would capture nearly all of them and turn them into an investor assassin, and then have a political impure power to do so. The Vesters are strong enough to take on Space Marine chapter leaders, and I cannot see the Avisor Temple letting them go. Considering those specifications, then the question is that if they do procreate or not. Well, at this point, Narik, it doesn't state that everyone here has agreed that the Astartes are genetically modified so that they don't breed. Like, they have been genetically modified to the point where they are just like fucking living clones of what the perfect idea of what a human facsimile should be. Whereas an abhuman doesn't have their capability to true breed taken away. They are literally just either an evolution, a stable mutation, or a stable genetic engineered thing to still continue to be able to breed. They are made, yes, but they still have the capability to true breed, because nothing about this lore states that things were taken away. Things were added, not taken out. So the Space Marines are abhuman. No, they're Astartes. Astartes are not abhuman. Not to mention the original Eversor assassin and leader was a normal human being, so deadly and he terrified everyone in the Imperium. If anything, these sound like his genes with modifications. Yes, Astartes are considered post-humans. I am still firm in my conviction that the Gland Warriors are true abhumans. Altered to lose their fucking minds to drugs, but they are still human. Even with all the information you have presented to me, I'm still kind of in the mindset that the Gland Warriors are still technically abhuman. Even the lore fucking specifies it.
Oh yeah.
Alexander, thank you for the 3 months. How goes the lore hyperfixation? We basically have become the Adeptus census. If then they constantly have to deal with assassins hunting them because the Assassinorum does not allow secrets to be learned. They would be created in spite of the Emperor not saying to. Yeah, but like, has that ever stopped anyone before? Boris! Excuse me. Did I say something? No, I'm fine. Not absolutely just something of note. Your note has been considered. The Inquisition will be at your doorstep in 5 minutes. Let's see, what else do we have? The Hooked Claw? What the fuck is the Hooked Claw? Mutant Desperado Kill Team. Alright, that means nothing for us here. House Goliath. House Goliath, also known as the House of Chains, is one of the 6 houses to make their home in the Hive City, part of the Hive Primus of the capital of Necromunda. The Goliath domains are suitably unfavorable in the Hive City, occupying the lowest and harshest areas of the Underhive. As a result, most Goliaths notoriously are tough and robust, but necessarily as they view everyone else as soft and weak. Wait, so... Okay. So, question. Are the Goliaths different from the Ogryn? They're not quite the same as Ogryn. Think smaller Ogryn, more Bane from Batman. More intelligent, but smaller. Okay, fair enough. Understandable. Also not as stable. Wait, they're not? I just saw down here that it has sub-factions. You can have Vatborn, Natborn, or Ugh. Hold on, let's see. House Goliath is overseen by a supreme ruler known as the Over-Tyrant. The Overlord holds dominion over the clan via the flow of life-giving stims. Below him are brutal, most naturally born gangers known as the Alphas. The largest sub-faction within the House Goliath are the Vatborn. These are the workers who fill in the factories of the house, maintaining its position and refining a manufacturing powerhouse on Necromunda, and also providing fodder for the Goliath gangs. Second in population to the size of the Vatborn are the Natborn, or natural-born Goliaths. Lastly, there are the Unborn, or the Outsiders. These are by far the smallest subgroup and are made up of men and women who have been enhanced by Goliath growth technology to earn their place amongst the house. With that being said, I am in full swing of these guys being, I am in full swing at saying these guys are their own abhuman. Yeah, they're just roided out humans. And they can be naturally born as well. And also manufactured. They hit every checkmark listed to be made as abhuman. So census, abhuman? All right. By will of the census, the abhuman Goliaths have been considered abhuman. Holgasts. Whoa, Jesus! Holgasts are mutants found above a void ship, and they share origin with the Gillium, as both types are created by irradiated and polluted void ship decks, but are more mutated and removed from their human ancestors. Nope! Census! No! Big nay. I feel like I should have drawn myself as like a, I should have drawn myself as a fucking member of the census, Imperium census, and not just have toothpick. Something for that to work with later, I suppose. In case I ever want to do 40K shit ever again. Let's see. The Katara? The Katara were a species of abhumans encountered during the Great Crusade, an insular and honor-bound civilization that had evolved in the Kennuit system during the Age of Strife. They were tall, sunken-eyed, and extremely thin but graceful. Their city spread beneath the ground of their moons and planets in a vast network of tunnels, and while technologically sophisticated, they only used their skill to build cities, ships, and weaponry. Ritual wars and duels were one of their primary aspects of their culture, primarily used to settle social discourse, from art and philosophy to war and politics. During the Great Crusade, the Katarans were encountered by the Emperor's children, and after several skirmishes, ultimately chose to have their fate decided by a duel between the champion Hamaya and the Astartes commander Abdemon. After Abdemon emerged victorious, the Katarans committed mass suicide. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think we can. I don't think we can classify a suicide cult as abhuman. Oops. Good job, Astartes. They could have bounced back? Okay, you say that. You fucking say that. There might be a chance there are others out there. We just don't know. But as far as the Astartes is concerned, they're extinct. Then again, it's the Emperor's children, and do you want them to be under the Emperor's children, namely Fulgrim? No, nah. That, and they had void ships. This is true. It's been 10K years since the Great Crusade. A few of them could have refused to commit suicide. Yeah, that's true. But this is all, like, omega speculation. So now, it's not a case of, are they abhuman? We did think that the Votan were extinct as well. Fuck, you right. Fuck, he's not wrong. The Votan are all clones? Yeah, but who's to say the Katara can't be clones? You mean to tell me that some psychopath fucking Adeptus Mechanicus doesn't have, like, the fucking genes of the last Kataran somewhere on fucking Mars? And if they truly are an abhuman to human beings, we can absolutely bring them the fuck back. By that logic, I claim that the Katarans are abhuman. Yay or nay? If Thryson has one in his museum, you fucking know he does! I guarantee you there's like a fucking body part somewhere in the Black Library. Historically, but here's the problem. History is written by the winners. And sometimes history isn't always true. All right, next one. The Lazul. The Lazul are an abhuman strain from a world of Garganus Prime. They are known to have distinctive blue skin. That's it? Just blue humans? I mean, I don't hate that. I mean, that's fine. Same story as the Sickleheads? Yeah, but I can fully see, the thing about the Sicklehead one is that, like, that's too much of a environmental shift to not have an explanation applied to it. Whereas these, like, literally if you change how a planet's, like, solar system, like, fucks with the pigment of one's skin, I can believe this to be true. So the Blue Man group as its own race makes complete sense. Especially if it's just, I'm human, but I'm blue now. So I'm just literally a fucking smurf. Abhuman. I say so. Census? Not all of them need to be knocked. Not all of them need to knock the baseball out of the park, Chad. Abhuman, but part of me feels like they would be labeled mutant by the Imperium. Well, fucking course they would. All of these would be labeled as mutants. But like it or not all of them are all mutants. Some of them are actually just evolutions of a fucking human being strand. Living on different planets for centuries, millennia even, will fuck up a gene a little bit. even denim jeans? Cursed jeans! You got all the old man's dominant genes, while I got the recessive genes. Longshanks, oh baby! Chat, I am not gonna lie to you. If I was to make an app human OC, it would be a Longshank. Longshank, also known as Homo sapien elongus, a recognized strain of app human within the Imperium. Longshanks are unnaturally tall app humans who reside in a world of low levels of gravity. In appearance, the Longshanks are bald with very pronounced eyes and have unnaturally long legs compared to the baseline human. Longshanks serve as a variety of auxiliary regiment of the Imperial Guard, where they tower over others like giants. When heavily armed and armored, they can make an imposing sight, while their long strides allow them to cross difficult terrain with great speeds. However, their lofty height makes them easy targets for enemy fire. Oh, hi, Gaijin. Chat, they are actively working within the Imperium on void ships. There's no fucking way that you can't tell me that these are not census compliant app humans. There's no fucking way. Census, give me your answers. A Longshank tech priest? That would be fucking amazing. Bro, imagine a fucking a Catan jungle warrior Longshank who was a sniper. You essentially created the hide behind. At the Battle over Terra during the War of the Beast, Longshank slaves were once executed for their impurity by the Black Templars who freed them. Of course, fucking Black Templars, okay. Mutant gangs, okay, hang on. Necromunda Hive. Okay, this is just saying that there are psychers. Okay. That's fine. Also, hi, Gaijin. Welcome to the stream. Me and my homies hate the Black Templars. No, little German boy! Don't join the Black Templars! Oh my god! The Cortes Astartes is full of bullshit. Navigators. Okay, chat. What fucking heretical asshole would say that navigators are not app human? The aristocrats are so not human for sure. Homo sapiens Navigo are a strain of app humans responsible for guiding human ships through the warp via the use of their specialized third eye. Without navigators, fast voyages beyond the closest systems would be impossible, thus being one of the most valuable assets. The majority of them are comprised of houses of Navis Nobilite, highly influential within the Imperium of Man. The status as mutants and members of the elite causes navigators to rarely interact with other members of Imperial society. I'm glad you're finding enjoyment of this. Gaijin, you wanna know what's fucked up? we actually found, okay, me and chat found a single sentence abhuman strand that was what was it, the Drapanes? The Drapanes, where it says sickle-like head abhumans, and that was all the lore they had. So me and chat had a fucking brain blast and said, wait a minute, what creature has a sickle-like shape for a head? Cephalopods. What if the Imperium has fucking squid people? Because we either have to subscribe to the idea that we have cephalopod humanoids, which is not strange considering that we have fucking shark humanoids, or we have a strand of humans that just look like fucking Mac and me. Mac tonight, sorry. Alright, chat, this is so painfully fucking abhuman. Does anyone oppose? Can't really say nay, can we? No, of course not. Between these guys, between the Navigators, Psychers, and fucking Ogren, you can't argue that. You just fucking can't. Neandor. Okay, what's this? Neandor, also known as Homo sapiens hyenothus, are a recognized strain of abhuman within the Imperium. They are restricted to the world of Hananoth 4. Nandors are a regressed strain of humans which were created due to a lack of oversight by their highborn masters. Primitive, these lowbrow savages serve little purpose other than being used for their physical strength. They have limited language and intellect, but some Imperium commanders have found that their brute strength can be used to free up more quick-witted troops for combat duties. Fucking Imperium-branded cavemen. Alright. Are they really abhuman, though? Yes, they're a regressed strand of human beings, but it still says they are recognized as abhuman because nothing here says that they have been taken away from their capability to true breed. They're just really strong and kind of stupid. They're just Neanderthals. It's space Neanderthals, dude. Yeah, it's a pure evolution of humans, so it's abhuman. At least in my opinion. So census, abhuman, yay or nay? I would let Unga into the Imperium. I'm just saying. Me allow Unga to play with Space Gun. This only good idea. Am I glad he's frozen in there and that we're out here and that he's the sheriff? Grung use fire stick, kill Batman. Unga use big heavy chain to slash Green Man in half. You know what, Unga? You alright. Let me buy you a drink, Unga. I would buy Unga a drink, chat. Unga get 50 kill streak. Now does Unga know if friend or enemy? Hey, listen. For all we know, all those people that Unga killed could have been heretics in the making. I say we give Unga the Star of Terra. I think he deserves it. Give Unga his own ship. You know what? Fuck it. Let's give Unga the clearance to be a rogue trader.
Oh yeah.
Orzine, thank you for the 65 months. You know what? I trust the knowledge and the fucking foresight of the Fringe to Unga any day of the week. Let's see. The new men. Alright, here we go. The new men, or Homo novus, Homo sapiens novus, are creations of the Fabius bile. Viewed as the pinnacle of the bile's art, these creatures who possess strength and intelligence superior to any human, as well as the worst traits of mankind. Fabius secretly created the new men on worlds across the galaxy, hoping one day to have them overtake the human race. As Fabius leaves behind planets of corrupted human abominations, the Adeptus Astartes of the Inquisition strive to purge these creations and forced to destroy entire populations. Bile engineered all urges for religion out of his new men. They are so engineered to not feel fear. They are also engineered to not feel fear. However, some feel fear for their maker if his life is threatened. A subtype of the new men are glandhounds. These are made partially gene seed implementation. Glandhounds are designed to hunt space marines in packs and retrieve their gene seed. Oh no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No. Nah, No. That's some heresy right there, Chad. I'm sorry. Big nay. Big nay. Get him out of here. Nightsiders. Oh, I love these guys. It's the mole people, Chad. Chad, it's the mole people. These guys rule. Nightsiders, Homo sapiens tenebris, are a strain of abhuman found in the Imperium. Having evolved on worlds or parts of planets shrouded in darkness, Nightsiders have a variety of particular abilities, including echolocation, taptile reflexes, which allow them to see almost in total darkness, chemiluminescence, which allows them to glow, and heightened olfactory and auditory senses. As a result, they are sometimes used in Imperial Guard regiments for use in underground or night operations. However, their physical attributes, including their oversized eyes to have no eyes at all, colorless and transparent skin, and luminous appendages, have them reviled and mistrusted by the people they seek to serve. These guys are great. Let the mole people into your heart. Nightsiders get a big yay for me. I'm glad chat is on the right side of history here. Nightsiders are 100% bros and belong in the Imperium. Hold on, I'm gonna bring that picture back up again. Right there, chat. Bottom right. She's fucking precious, dude. I was hoping it would be an eyeless variant. Oh, don't worry. The artist who drew this also has an eyeless variant version of them. They all look like fucking fear and hunger monsters, and they're amazing, and I love them. Also, can we talk about the Longshank girl? Dude, she's so tall. I love her. Of course she's in a void suit. If she walked on a planet with gravity, she would fucking fold like an origami crane. Goat? Oh yeah, that was a beast man. Can we talk about the beast man with the meat shield on her chest plate? Yeah, I saw that. The Imperium's full of assholes, unfortunately. She looks like an overstretched Stretch Armstrong. That's the point. Their bodies are elongated because they were born in fucking space. They were born in low gravity. Ogren. Oh, baby! Yeah! Look how precious she is! Chat, do we even need to look at their lore? Census, do we even need to fucking look at this? Might as well, I guess. If we must. Homo sapiens giganticus are the largest and most physically powerful type of abhuman. They make ideal warriors and are often recruited into the Imperial Guard Regiment and used as close attack shock groups. Ogren evolved on worlds with harsh and barren environments and high gravity. Most of these worlds, having no other use to humanity, were originally used as prison planets. Ogren are large and bulky and stand between 2.5 to 3 meters tall. The appearance of Ogren's variety varies according to their world of origin, but all are tough and powerful. Some forms are well-muscled, others tend to be towards grotesquely obese, stupid and repulsively unhygienic. Ogren have earned such names such as Fats, Flabs, and Sobs and Stretches. Ogren populations produce mutant individuals to the same extent as humans. It checks off every fucking list for abhuman, dude. It checks it off. There's no way it doesn't. Census, do we need to fucking say no? Oh, I'm sure there are mutations within the Ogren population, but Ogren are a strain of human. Check out the variations. Bulgrins, heavy armed. Ogren society, okay. Feral Ogrins, okay, there are feral ones. Ogren Psychers and awakened Ogrins. And then Ogren monstrosities and Chaos Ogren. Ugh, we don't want to talk about those. Servitor Ogrins? That's creepy as shit. Ogren Psychers is fucking terrifying. Yeah, dude. Best boy Ogrins. Pillagers. Chat, this is it. For every single person who makes fun of you for having a shark, a shark scaly OC, fuck them. Sharks are in the Imperium. The Pillagers, also known as Homo sapiens oceanus, are a recognized strain of abhuman within the Imperium. Often hailing from worlds which are entirely underwater, Pillagers have the ability to breathe almost any liquid and live under pressures which would crush a standard human, as well as any standard pressures. They are possessed of iron-hard muscles, gills, scales that are not too dissimilar to Ogren in size. We have shark people in the fucking Imperium. They weren't genetically modified, they're just humans that learned to live underwater. Census, yay or nay? Imperium citizenship. A resounding yay from chat. The Perpetual. Huh? What's the Perpetual? A Perpetual is an immortal and nigh indestructible human. Some Perpetuals are part of a sect that wish to guide humanity's evolution. Some Perpetuals can regenerate from almost any injury, however grievous, including decapitation, dismemberment, and disintegration. There are few ways of actually killing such Perpetuals. One method is by Fulgrite. Perpetuals may be naturally born or created. The Emperor transformed Dahlia Cetera into a Perpetual so that he could watch over the Void Dragon indefinitely. The Cabal is capable of turning humans into Perpetuals. John Grammicus is one example. Alanis Persis, by contrast, is a natural-born Perpetual. In addition to the abilities, many Perpetuals consider it their mission, and indeed, their moral responsibility to guide humanity. Having withdrawn from the Imperium at the beginning of the Horus Heresy, a retired old person was living in exile and refused to be called a Perpetual. According to Erda, the Perpetuals are the next step of mankind's evolution, meaning that with time, there will be more and more Perpetuals amongst the species. By technicality, that means that the... Wouldn't that mean the Emperor is a Perpetual? No, he wouldn't be a perpetual. Because he's a fucking skeleton on the throne. I kind of have to agree with Alexander, is that, while you can make a perpetual, and perpetuals could be naturally born, there's only like fucking 2 of them. By proxy of the fact that we don't have as many fucking perpetuals. Like, yes, they are human, but their small numbers make them feel more like an endangered species than they would be abhuman. So I argue that, nay, perpetuals do not gain abhuman status within the Imperium. Census. No, it's an I. Elaborate. Inquisition, I want snipers on them at every given second. If I hear heresy, fucking don't do it. Take the shot. Careful what you say. It might just be heretical here. I will grant it's probably be hard to tell a perpetual from a baseline human until they both get shot. I mean, but any fucking Imperial Guardsman can do that, though. Does Slipstream actually have a fucking, an argument to fight the nays? Do you have some elaboration? Considering Vulcan was a perpetual, it's more of a trait than a strain. That, and also Vulcan's not abhuman, he's a fucking Astartes. Fanta Claus, what? I'm sorry, excuse me? Fanta Claus is a mysterious and legendary entity in which was thought to dwell on Necromunda. It is often associated with the local Necromundan holiday of Fistmas and a legend surrounding it. The public perception in the Underhive is that the creature is a mythical and non-existent. There is in reality a small group of mutants, each descended of the original creature, that have been calling it Fanta Claus, that during the winter time may come into contact with the gangs of the Underhive as foes or hired guns, though few believe those who encounter them. See, we can allow 40K to be silly every once in a while. We can allow it. We can allow the lore to actually have fun. Psychers. Chat. Do I even need to fucking read this? Yeah, someone in chat, we all know about psychers. Abhuman status instantaneously. So before the Emperor, there was another group of abhumans known as the Shamans, basically powerful psychers. All of them came together to perform a ritual to sacrifice them all to create the Emperor. All of them, to my knowledge, were perpetuals as well. They were supposed to guide humanity, but the horrors of the universe but saw the horrors of the universe and so did their ritual. Okay, but that's not self-sustaining. Abhumans need to be like a strain evolution or mutation of humanity that is self-fulfilled, that is self-sustaining. Only having two fucking dudes in all the whole known universe being perpetuals is not self-sustaining, it's just fucking rare. They should be more common, but they aren't. We could theoretically create perpetuals. Yeah, but that's heresy. You literally are... You are implying we create a second emperor. The Shamans are a theory as far as I know. We really don't know how or where Big E came from. And that's the Emperor's dream. He wants all of humanity to be like him. That's the end goal. This is opening a big can of worms that I feel is like not suited for census. This doesn't feel like a census issue. This sounds like a fucking inquisitional situation at this point. We're here to actually categorize the knowledge and well-being of other fucking, like, you know, other races of the Imperium that fall from the human strain. Just having two dudes represent an entire fucking race doesn't feel like, that doesn't feel like census. That feels like being put in a fucking endangered species list. Leave the shaman theory to the Adeptus Theoreticus. I don't even know if that's real, but that sounds real. We don't need to fucking read about psychers, do we? Ratlings. Oh, baby! Hobbits! Homo sapiens minimus! Sorry, I didn't mean to go full lore there. No, that's the whole point. No, my brother in Christ, you are fine. That's the whole point of the that was the whole point of the stream. You are welcome to discuss the lore. That's fine. That's fine. You are okay to do so. I encouraged that. You're all engaging in chat right now. That's what I want. Yeah, the stream literally has the word hyperfixation in it. If you're not gonna gush about the lore at any other point, now's the fucking time. All right, here we go. Ratlings, also known as runtlings, stunties, and maggots, but among themselves as halflings, are a small and hedonistic jovial abhumans who commonly work aboard spaceships as cabin crew and runarounds, benefiting from their low stature. They rarely find employment in the Imperial Guard because of their physical weakness and less their ideal temperament. But their expertise in marksmanship, low weight, and height, which lends them to be quite stealthy, make ratlings well suited to the role of sniper. I'm giving them half abhuman status. All right, chat. Chat, consensus, yay or nay? Do ratlings get abhuman citizenship? Give them funny little guy status. Noted. We'll have the servitors add that as an addendum. Addendum, funny little guy status.
Oh, yeah.
Huh, this happened. Thank you for the 26 months, Narik. Funny little guys also apply to the mole people. I will also addendum that the Nightsiders get funny little guy status. Scalies, lizard people! Scalies are a mutant strain of abhumans found in the Underhive, which have stabilized over time. Though there is still a lot of variation, they are not as stable as other abhumans found in the Imperium, like Ogren, Ratlings, and Squats. Scalies are massively reptilian mutants found as broad as they are tall. Their durability and strength are legendary amongst the people of the Underhive and have a fearsome reputation. Like some reptiles, they have the ability to regenerate lost limbs, and their thick skin acts as natural hide. They are rarely seen, but they are numerous in the Underhives of Necromunda. They are undoubtedly intelligent, but seldom speak due to their twisted, mutated necks and voice boxes having changed beyond the ability of normal human speech. Very little is known about the origin, or if there are hidden clans of tribes of Scalies, but in the most severely populated bad zones of the Underhive. They are mainly found in the employ of scavies, which is why which they choose to work alongside them is unknown. No scavies boss or king worth his salt is without one or two Scalies in their gang. When fighting, they often use combat weapons and discuses and throwing axes. They are also known for using heavy weapons meant by scavies using portable bolt throwers called spear guns and scatter cannons and large forms of blunderbusses. It is a mutant strain that has progressed over time that they have stabilized. That is exactly what we're looking for. There is stabilization in the mutation. Therefore, I say, yay. But, however, Census, what do you think? Very democratic you are, chat. Very democratic. Scabies. Oh, look at these guys. I think that Psyker is a trait because other abhumans could be like Ogren. So your idea is that being a Psyker is a status more than it is an abhuman. Okay. Can anyone else find logic with this in chat? I only argue against this because there are people who are bred to be psychers. And that's a stable strain. Therefore, I believe that Psyker is its own form of abhuman. They are bred and made and genetically modified to be Psychers. I am in camp Psyker is more abhuman than it is just a statistic. He does make a point. No, he does. He does make a point. You are 100% correct. He does make a point because Psychers can mean a lot of things. There could be orc Psychers. I know navigators are kind of mutated, right? Yes, because you can tell a navigator is a navigator because they have a third eye in their forehead. However, I argue this. And I wish Gaijin was still here when I said this out loud. Are there manufactured weird boys? Oh, you're here? You never left? Excellent. Are there, do the orcs objectively manufacture weird boys? No. So weird boys are not a stable strain. They're common, but they're not stable. Weird boys just happen. And also, in the case of orcs, they don't true breed. Orcs are made from fucking spores. Weird boys aren't even real Psychers. They just come from the warp with Wa energy. There you go. So anyway, let's get back. No, that's fine. Like Eddie527, thank you for saying that. Like I want there to be discussion between everyone in here. So thanks for saying that. But I still firmly believe that Psychers are their own legitimate thing as abhumans. You raised a good point. You did raise a good point. But based on the evidence alone when it comes to orc physiology and weird boys, Psychers are made. They can be born and they can be made. And it's a stable situation even throughout all other abhumans. Alright, scabies. Scabies is a catch-all term to those depossessed members of humanity that inhabit the hive abandoned factories and hab levels, as well as hive shanties, and the toxic hive sumps of the planet Necromunda, and the lowest reaches of the planet. They are also known as skulls and scabies due to their sores and scabs that many of them have. Scabies are made up of fugitives, outcasts, refugees, members of disposed clans, and scum shunned by the Undercity gangs. They carve out gang territories in the shanties among old, derelict factories and heavily polluted parts of the Undercity. Okay. Now, hang on. Organize themselves into gangs. Due to their isolation, they are antisocial. Okay. Loyal to their families is not a common trait to scabies, and thus the group is held together through a combination of brute force and underhandedness. Plague zombies. Even in Necromunda, though it has been touched by the zombie plague, it is uncertain whether anyone realizes that this is a touch of chaos or not. Although the plague has been long since past, it has not been purged entirely. Okay. Ghouls? No. The word scabies is not unique to Necromunda. I'm of the mindset, after reading this, scabies is a caste status and not abhumanism. Because there's a scaly in here. This feels like a caste system more than it does abhumanism. This is a catch-all term for undesirables, yes. So I say no to this. The Sensei. The Sensei are natural descendants of the Emperor who wander the galaxy as heroes and champions, springing out from the Emperor's union with various mortal men, mortal women throughout history. They are bestowed with the gift of immortality and various powers, both commonplace and unique. Inherently resistant to chaos, they often fill the role as star children. Nah. I don't know. Nah. Yeah, no. I say no. Shadowkith. Oh, hey, look at this. Shadowkith are subhuman mutants trapped on the foundling world of Grace in the Coronis Expanse. The Shadowkith were once human, immigrants to the to Grace, where once crime lords exiled imperial nobles or their slaves. The rogue trader Aspis Corda, who had discovered Grace, set up opulent palaces protected by void shields. Okay. Due to their protection of the Imperial Judgment, the nobles and criminals of Grace led their lives to decadence, self-indulgence, and cruelty not found within places of the galaxy. Warp storms would at one point completely cut off Grace from the rest of the Expanse and destroy the world's supply ships. The residents had food enough to last for a few years, but Cordia's secrecy ensured that even after the storms dissipated, no one came to the rescue or resupply. When the food started to run out, they began raiding each other. Okay. Shadowkith are still humanoid, but possess particularly pale skin. Most are emaciated with leathery flesh covering lean muscle and sinew. Though their bodies and heads resemble those humans, they have altered to the point where they are unrecognizably no longer human. Okay. What passes for Shadowkith society revolves around the need to eat. They hunt in packs and devour anything that comes across like vermin. They're fucking ghouls. Nope. Their ghouls turned fucking crazy because of a warp storm. That's a huge nay on my part. Census. Rocket launch hair with an eye. Explain yourself. Explain yourself right now. I'm going to move on, but I better hear a fucking explanation. While they are debased and mostly feral, there's still intelligence in them, and they seem to have a stable genome. They are very thin classification and are functionally considered pure mutants in my mind. Let's look at the culture section. The intelligence of individual Shadowkin varies greatly and seems to change based on how regularly and well they have eaten. Okay. Those who can obtain meat manage to retain a majority of their former intelligence, while those who subsist almost entirely on Grace's flora are a little smarter than beasts. The few Shadowkin capable and willing of communication share one cultural touchstone universally: their shame at what they had to do to survive. Despite the shame, these more intelligent Shadowkins display a lot of cunning in luring fresh meat to Grace, using what few Vox casters that still function to cry for help or promise visitors access to decadent wealth from Grace before the storms. They have also been able to display a certain amount of cruel mockery, as they have been known to mimic the cries of distress that draw people to Grace right as they're about to kill and eat them. Chat! They're smart ghouls! What the fuck do you mean? That gets an eye from me. Oh my god! Chat's divided! That's incredible! Okay. So by base rules, it's, are they a strain of human? Which is correct. They are, in fact, a strain of human. They are mutated, but they are a strain of human. Do they have intelligence? Yes, they have intelligence, but only if they have a set amount of food. Meaning that there is intelligence, much like a vampire or a werewolf, there is intelligence behind the beast, but the beast can come out at certain points. So unfortunately, that makes me feel a little off kilter, because that's instability. And then thirdly, can they true breed? Which apparently, there's still a thing on Grace. So yes, they can. Picture this: a ghoul guardsman is set to fight the Tau that can mimic their voices to cause chaos when they are hungry, and can eat the enemy to feed themselves, and hence they feed their enemies on their enemies to get rid of their instability. Do you honest to God sit here and tell me that would not be looked at with heresy? I would much rather, I would much sooner see an Imperial Guardsman or a Commissar put a fucking bullet in the back of the head of one of those as they start eating things. By strict classification, by that classification, I'm like 75% out of the way of saying that yes, by classification, these things are technically abhuman. But do they get abhuman citizenship in the Imperium? The question now has to be put into play. Are they feasibly allowed to be made into Imperial citizens? Abhuman status, yes. Citizenship, nay. Slipstream is really out here trying to get these guys citizenship. For abhuman clarification, I will keep them on the list. This is as close to allowing ghouls in the Imperium. No, I am in agreement with that. I am 100% in agreement that they are the worst the Imperium has to offer so far. They are the aristocratic SCPs. You're fucking right, they are. You're actually fucking right. Have I seen Volgan's vid on them? No, I have not. Okay. I believe we've done enough damage looking at these things. The next thing we have is... Why the fuck are Eldar on here? Eldar aren't abhumans. Wait, unless you fucking tell me that somehow the Eldar are actually, like, strains of human. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, Chief. Half Eldar? Oh god, I don't even want to think about that. Eldar have existed for 8 million years, humanity not so much. Half Eldar are real. Oh, bleh. Shriekers are feral, bat-like, chaotic Eldar mutants. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Nope. Nope. Who put these guys on the census list? Volgan is great to listen to while driving. I'll have to look into that. There's an entire story about an Eldar and a Vindicate assassin falling in love. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. I'll let you fuck the cat girl, but you're not fucking an elf. I can't believe I said that out loud. Sir, we don't allow animals here in the restaurant. Excuse me? That's my wife! squats. Okay, now hang on a minute. Okay. Now hang on. What's wrong about elves? Technically and realistically and above board, nothing. But in the case of 40K, we have to hate them, unfortunately. That's how it goes. I'm sorry. That's 40K. Like, if we're gonna rep if we're gonna rep Team Humanity, we unfortunately can't have anything to do with elves. Share a likely share a common origin with that of humanity, almost certainly a pre-imperial Terra in ancient past. These are dwarves, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Homo sapien rotundus. Yeah, they're fucking dwarves. The squats are dwarves. Now here's the thing. Oh, wait. Oh, imperial. Also, imperial pejorative are the squats. Oh, okay. The Voltan. Okay. But now here's the question. The Votan are their own faction. Do we, because of the fact that they are a split faction and have completely devoided themselves from the Imperium, do we count them, like, by technicality? Okay, so do we count them as abhuman? And secondly, if we do we grant them Imperial citizenship? Okay, first, abhuman, yay or nay? Okay. Imperial citizenship, yay or nay? We're getting way more nays than we are yays. I'm pretty sure they're already citizens. Apparently it's fucking rocky considering the fact that they have their own, like, you know, faction. But that's, be that as it may, it still counts as Imperium. It still counts for the Imperium, not the Votan, but the squats. Yeah, the Votan want nothing to do with them. However, the squats are still a thing within the Imperium. So that's what I'm gonna classify them as. To stub any sort of, like, confusion. Squats got terminated by the Tyranids, though. There are still squats in Necromunda. No, I'm putting them on the list. I'm putting them on the list. I'm gonna quash that. Chat, we have the Katarans on here. We have the Katarans on the list. If we have the Katarans on the list, then squats can be here. I got my ghouls, so I'm happy for whatever. Fucking heresy, I knew it! Take him out. I'll be on my ghoul planet. All right. Exterminatus. Squats are also heretical for having something that's full-blown AI, but they just don't tell anyone. Ugh. All right, next up is the stilt limb. Huh? What do we got here? The stilt limbs are a human strain of abhumans that first appeared during the Age of Strife. Yeah? Yeah? Is that all we fucking have? That's it? Tall humans move along. We have the Longshanks though. We already have those. Yeah, that just sounds like Longshanks, but with a different name. No, okay, well hang on. Hang the fuck up. Longshanks are made because of low gravity. Longshanks are low gravity. Stilt limbs don't have that. They are an open book as far as that's concerned. And we turned the Drapanes into cephalopods. So let's workshop this, chat. Also, I need to stop listening to Big Shot for a second. Let us workshop this together for a second. Okay, Age of Strife. That means that anything fantasy kinda has a little bit of foresight here. Stilt limbs. What fantasy creatures are humanoid enough to originate from the idea that they have stilt limbs? Maybe it's just that their legs are long. Okay, but what has long legs? Ents? No. No, Rum, because there actually are dryad people. We have plant people. Spiders. Okay. A lot of people are liking the idea of spiders. I can get behind that. Now, what also has long hold on. To be fair, the Age of Strife is like 20 to 30k years ago when Slaanesh was born and after the Men of Iron revolted. So I think stilt limbs are the predecessors of the Longshanks, and when they left got even taller. Okay, okay. I'm not opposed to the idea that stilt limbs are in fact a predecessor to the Longshanks. But again, my only problem with that is that Longshanks are made due to low gravity. And during the Age of Strife, they're not gonna know what the fuck that is. It can't be snakes because we have scalies. And stilt limbs implies the idea that they still have a bone structure. Stilt limbs. And they can't be birds because we have the strix. Maybe stilt limbs live in a bog-like place, long limbs to keep the majority of their body out of water. I can see that. I can see that. There's also the fact that during the Age of Strife that a lot of worlds were hit by demonic incursion, so that for all we know, the results of the world's inhabitants trying to defend against a warp incursion. Frog people? Incorrect, we have slads. I mean, to be fair, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but we... Wait, no. It could work, actually. We could have frog people. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Yeah, that is just the strand, the slan. That's why I'm like, it's a good idea, but I'm not sure how that fits into abhumanism. How many abhumans have we had so far? So far we went down this whole list and now we're sitting at stilt limbs, so we're at S at the moment. And that's not including some of the mutant strains that I haven't gone over with yet. What are long monsters in hold on. Humanoid, long humanoids. Oh my fucking god, I just had a fucking brain blast. But it wouldn't work, because that might fall under Neandors. It might fall under Neandors, because I was just about to say Bigfoot. I was about to fucking say Bigfoot. Let's see. No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. That absolutely wouldn't work. Can't be ghouls. I'm just... A praying mantis? Yeah, well, that's the problem, is that we're sitting here with a lot of possibilities, right? Well, whatever it is, it can't be Fae, because that's the fucking Eldar. There's not enough info here, I'm afraid, not a planet origin. That's fine. We're making this up as we go along. So we have a couple of options here. Chat was of the possibility that it was a frog person, but that's a slan, and I feel like that would just be eradicated as under Order Xenos. Chat was also saying spiders, refresh me. Are there Drider humanoids in the Eldar? You don't think so? If they were, they would be purged. Well, now hang on a minute. Who's to say the stilt limbs can't be centaurs? That would just be beastmen? Yeah, but beastmen stand on 2 legs. What about standing on 4? The centroids are a mutation of chaos. Well, there's that then. And I think snake people are a, like, if it's like humanoid top, snake bottom. So like a Lamia, would a Lamia be an Eldar thing? Because remember, it just has to be a human strain. It doesn't have to, it could be a human strain or a mutation that just keeps going with like pure breed. But then they wouldn't have stilt legs. This is true.
Oh, yeah.
In the short story, Children of the Emperor, from an anthology Into the Maelstrom, figures that guardsmen stranded in a lost feral world with super high gravity populated by abhumans whose ancestors gave them centaur bodies and super enhanced muscles to cope with the high gravity and abundance of deadly predators. Well, there you go, chat. Like, feral worlds can just have this shit. Wait a fucking second. What about bugbears? Are there tall grots in orc society? No? I think we just fucking nailed it. These might be bugbears. Unless we can think of anything else. So it does come back around to Bigfoot. Fuck, you're right. Big Feets, he's real. He appeared during the Age of Strife. Thinfoot, he's real. Large Toe. Uber Souls, he's real! When the world needed him most, his feet vanished. What the fuck could a stilt limb be? The closest I know in 40K lore is where it diverged from the Age of Sigmar lore originating from the Age of Strife. The Eldar gods ended up going to witness protection on a planet to the rest of the universe forgot about, which the origin of Age of Sigmar in the campaign mode is an army of Seraphon, which are dinosaurs led by frogs. Yes, I know about those. I actually have those as an army. I have an army of Seraphon. What about daddy long legs? What if they had super thin limbs but with tiny bodies? Everyone's trying to make spiders work, and I want to make spiders work as well. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Whoa, hold up! Hold on, I gotta pull up CSP. What do you think? I think they could just be humanoids with weird legs, though. You could see it as part of a night world. That's what I also think as well. I mean, we have sharks, cats, moles. Why can't we have spider people? You're starting to think they have fucked up four-jointed limbs? Do we really want to abandon the spider idea? What if stilt legs is just isn't abhuman? It's just a slur for long shanks. I like to believe we don't do that. Arachnophobia intensifies. All right, all right, all right. Uh-oh. Also, I'm so sorry, Nave. Nave actually drew the sickle-headed humanoid. I just did not fucking show it. I feel like a jerk. Hang on. It took me this long to see it. I feel like such an asshole. I can see it. Hold on, I'm gonna tell him, like, I feel like such an ass. I only now just saw this and showed it to chat. Just, it's five-head, chat. The mythical five-head. Would a spider person get mistaken for a Nid or a Gene Stealer cultist? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That's also what I'm thinking as well. I don't want to walk away from this. I don't want to walk away from this and just be like, I throw my hands up in the air and give up. Maybe circle back to it. There's just not enough to work with here. There's not enough to work with here that would be satisfying. What about an art stream where you draw it out? I would just draw a fucking spider person. Yeah, we are grasping at straws, dude. at stilts. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wait a minute. I just had the worst idea ever. Imagine, picture if you will, a Mudakin. Pause for effect for anyone here who has played Oddworld. Here's a thought. The thin-legged are an experiment by the Imperium to create human-based spies that would infiltrate NIDS and or gene stealer cults, which would have them look more spider-like. Wait, are those the suit guys? Yeah, that's the guys in the suits. This is pre-Imperium, though. Yeah, that's the problem. This is like Age of Strife. Chat, I'm gonna be real here. I feel like the Imperium probably has eradicated them all by this point. I think we're well past the point of no return, considering that this is from the Age of Strife and this is all the information we have. I'm gonna close the book and say that stilt limbs are no longer a thing. Alright, subs. Homo sapien deformum are a strand of abhuman found in the Imperium. Known to be hideous to the point of being the frequent victim of the ecclesiarchy purges, Sub regularly live in constant fear for their lives. Despite this, several groups are still known to be loyal to the Imperium and seek redemption through battle. Though they are often useful despite their appearance, utilizing mutations that have practical uses in worlds with harsh local conditions. These subs are known to be zealous warriors and far more numerous than the High Lords of Terra realize. So they're just fucking ugly. They're just fucking ass backwards ugly. Okay, they're just deformed humanoids. How do we feel about them? They have a lot of variation. They are often described as having skin resembling rusting metal, heads sunk so low that the face peers from the chest, limbs that writhe like serpents, eyes that radiate dazzling light, and so on. But they are intensely loyal to the Imperium. I don't... Okay, it says they're a strain of abhuman. But this honestly feels like just calling someone a mutant and calling it a day. Yeah, this feels like a catch-all term for mutation. This doesn't feel like abhumanism, it feels like a slur. Yeah, with nothing concrete about their appearance, it just feels like it's just a slur for a mutant. It's not a stable strain. It's not stable because by that logic, all mutation is not stability. It's just a dude with a deformity. Yeah, I feel like this is just like, if this was brought to light in current 40K, it would just feel like it's a slur for mutants rather than an actual fucking race. This is way too catch-all for a race. So I'm gonna say we skip on this. Hi, Abby. What up, nerds and nerdettes? We're talking 40K.
Oh yeah.
We're looking at all the ab-humans that are in 40K. Yo, thank you for lurking. Yeah, we're recognizing what's ab-human and what's not. Yeah, the folks who aren't enough to get an ab-human title. Yeah, basically. This really, like, sub really just feels like a slur for mutant more than it does an actual person. Like, with specific traits in mind. It's like, the mutation isn't stable. There's no real physical descriptor. There's no information about what their environment was that made them turn this way. It really just feels like a catch-all for mutant. As in subhuman, yes. So I'm gonna skip on this. Thrix. Oh, hell yeah, bird people. Thrix are an abhuman strain. They possess famously lethal plumage. Harpies. Literally fucking harpies. Harpies with deadly feathers. I can see the feathers being razor sharp. It's 40K for Christ's sake. I'm of the mindset that they're harpies. All right, chat. Census. Abhuman census on this one. There is a canon bird species called the razorwind who have feathers fashioned into knives. Sure, fuck it. They evolved with razorwinds. I don't mind that. Let's keep this off to the side. Oh, I just did this one. Alright, next is Thug Rock Goliath. If it's just Goliaths again, then I'm gonna skip this. A type of abhuman native to the world of Thug Rock Sultus. They developed a blood cult to consume the planet's ruling class. Imperial retaliation was brutal, with 6 Eversur assassins being dispatched to annihilate the cult leaders. Yeah, they're gone. Extinct. Tithes notable notorities in the census of abhumans. Oh, this is us. This is literally us. The Tithe Chamber Notaries subsection Planetary Census Abhumans Division is a subdivision of the Administarum that deals exclusively with abhuman affairs. Hi, chat. Wave to yourself. Look, Mom, on Twitch. Do we count as abhuman, though? Oh, absolutely. You're all freaks. Trolls? Trolls are a larger strain of beastmen, often serving the forces of chaos. Ooh, no thanks. Goodbye. 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 Exterminatus button. Goodbye. The Troth. The Troth, also known as Homo sapien vernatus, is a recognized strain of abhuman within the Imperium that are restricted to the world of Verdant. According to legend, the tribal king called Nemus once ruled over the people isolated from the rest of humanity in the time before the Great Crusade. It is said that Nemus swore an oath to protect his world of Verdant if the planet would protect his people. As a result, Nemus's descendants, the Troth, share a symbiotic relationship with the forest of their homeworld that enable them to converge with the environment and confound invaders. Over many centuries, the Troth are supposedly been transformed into beings with flesh as tough as oak and digestive systems that extract nutrients from the earth. Plant people. Plant people but can't leave their planet. I mean, they still can. They can still leave their planet. It's just that, you know, they probably stick out like a sore fucking thumb. Alright, so consensus, abhuman. Abhuman with imperial citizenship. Hi, X-Nickum, how you doing? I abhuman nay citizenship? Why nay citizenship? What are you, plantist? Hi, Zan, what's good? This is your fault, by the way. Yeah, why you gotta hate on Space Weed? Welcome to the census, dude. They do not leave their planet. They are isolated and choose not to involve themselves with the Imperium. They do not want citizenship. They want to protect the world and their world alone. That was one guy. What are you talking about? That is one dude. One jerk-off said that he wanted the forest to protect his planet. And in order to do so, they made a symbiotic relationship with the planet and now are part plant. Who the fuck said that one of them can't be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I want to join the Imperium. Yeah, Troths are descendants of that dude. They're not that specific guy. This is 40K. Everyone is gonna argue how all things are. Oh, of course! We've been doing nothing but arguing this whole time. We created... One of the races that were in here were the Drapangs, which were just like all it said was, we are sickle-headed humanoids. So me and chat literally just came to a consensus that meant, oh, they're cephalopod people. Because we have no other fucking information, and we thought that was cool. They have a symbiotic relationship because of it. I assume they'd want to honor that relationship rather than leave. I think you're confusing biological necessity with motive. Also, how would they eat? They now eat via roots. No, they're humanoids with... They're still human. Have I entered the Felonid discourse? Oh no, I think I famously said, Zan, I famously said on stream while playing the Neko Arc music was, I'll allow you to fuck the cat girl, but you can't fuck the elf. Sir, we're gonna have to ask you to get your animal out of the restaurant. Excuse me, that's my wife. Chat saying based. You thought they went full tree? No, they're not full tree. They are not full tree. They just have a symbiotic relationship with plant life. They are still a strain of human. If you agree to the fact that they're abhuman, that means that they have fucking citizenship. They're dryads. Yes, thank you. They're dryads. What is the Twisted Lord? The Twisted Lords are abominable tyrants who rule over the enclaves of the Gladderpox infected. They generally attain their rank through being strong enough to hang onto their intellect and willpower, while the Chaos God Nurgle... Nah! That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear. The Unfleshed are a group of mutant-like creatures that existed on Mendragard in the current homeworld of the Iron Warriors. Inside the fortress of Kanan Gol, the Iron Warriors created the Daemon Cubula, a system designed to manufacture vast numbers of Chaos Space Marine. Vampire. Now hang on, chat. Now hang on. Vampires are nocturnal, blood-sucking humanoids that exist on Necromunda. Okay, hang on. Necromunda mentioned. Their origin is unknown, but they are most likely represented yet another semi-stable mutation of humanity. Hang on. They are considered by many to be ancient fables from Terra used to frighten children, but only a select few were aware of these creatures, as they are thought to be in league with chaos and the threat they pose to mankind is considerably high. Despite 99% of the population of Necromunda not knowing about them, they are considered a dangerous form of weird, and the bounties on their heads correspond to those of other outlaws. The Inquisition has been investigating the outbreak of vampirism for centuries, and only recently have found an enclave on Necromunda. They have decided to quietly stop them from escaping and infecting other worlds, as they could easily escape in space through one of the world's main shipping lines. Let's see. Vampires are practically immortal, able to regenerate from horrific injuries to the point that they can come back from the dead and are unnaturally resilient and hardy. Because of this, they don't need to wear armor. The few people who are considered to have true understandings of vampires have suggested different methods of dealing with them, including prayers to the Emperor of Mankind and decapitation, the latter being the most effective. Once vampires are neutralized, all of its thralls will regain their will. Vampires usually feed on the blood and fear of victims, though as long as the blood is not too tainted with pollutants, psionics, or man-made, or comes from mutants, mutant high fauna, xenos, or undead. Those that are drained by a vampire quickly fall under the mind control and join the cult of the thralls. When a human is drained of its life force, it will turn into a vampire. Vampires are visible to technological means, so bionic eyes and other technological sight-enhanced weaponry will not see them, though red dot sights will target them. Okay, so I have two questions for the census right now. First question: are vampires abhuman based on the rules we set? Yay or nay? They are human. They are a strand of human, can true breed, and are self-sustaining. Now, second question, and this one I feel like is gonna be unanimous. Do vampires deserve citizenship? Depends on if someone wants to weaponize them. Well, fucking of course someone's gonna want to weaponize them. It's 40K. But just regular ass normie citizenship. Weapons don't need citizenship. Okay, so for statistical reasons, I am putting
Oh yeah.
I guess the ghoul abhumans don't look so bad now, do they? We took them off the list. They're not fucking abhumans. They're monsters. What are you talking about? They are not people. I mean, if they drained the life force of the Imperium's enemies, I think they wouldn't last long. That is why I am willing. Well, hey, now wait a second. Fuck you. We have ghouls on here. The Shadowkith. Don't fucking mix my words. The Shadowkith are on this list. We have our ghouls. So, by that fucking logic, yes, I'm going to keep the vampires on the list. The vampires, by my recognition, apply as abhuman. abhuman with high risk. Yes, exactly. Do you lose your citizenship if you got bit by a vampire? No, you're just a vampire, though. You don't... You don't... I think that's a fucking question for the Imperial Cognito. Okay, now here's one I think everyone was waiting for. Wolfen. Wolfen are feral man-wolf hybrids created to an adverse reaction to the gene seed of the space wolves. In general, Wolfen have no gene seed organs as they become Wolfen before they are implanted, meaning they're not Astartes. That right there just fucking implied that they are not Astartes. Who was that? Narik the Fox, thank you for the 100 bits. There are no wolves on Fenris. Now, hang on. Let's see. The unique properties of the wolf gene seed gift their brothers with the enhanced ability beyond even those of the Space Marines, including hyper-acute senses of smell and hearing, elongated canines that dent plasteel, and resilient skin, and leathery resilient skin. Unfortunately, these same properties risk turning the man who absorbs them into a feral beast. Risk! Keyword! An aspect known as the curse of the Wolfen among the space wolves. Now you mean to sit here, chat, and fucking tell me you'll let the vampires and you'll let the fucking ghouls in, but you're not gonna let the werewolves in? I abstain from any commentary. The Space Wolves have a goddamn dreadnought called the Murder Fang that succumbed to the Wolfen curse. Yeah, and every other fucking abhuman that we've gone through, that we've given citizenship, can also be tainted by the warp. What the fuck's your point? Hold on. Does getting bit by a wolfen risk you turning into a wolfen? No, it doesn't work that way. And also, for the guy who said, well, what can they even have can wolfen have kids? Wolfen have no gene seed organs as they become wolfen before they are implanted, which means you could implant the gene seed of the space wolves into a normal ass dude. So by our logic, wolfen are a sustainable mutation. It's just that 9 times out of 10, when you are in part of the Space Wolves, you're walking in as an Astartes. But that does not stop the probability that someone could have the Space Wolves gene seed and put it into a normal person. It's also finicky because up to the Ultima founding, only the natives of Fenris can have genetic compatibility with the Space Wolves. Right, but who's to say they don't just fuck off? Yeah, you get the gene seed before you're even fucking neutered. I don't know, I like touching grass. Shut up, Zan. There has been a Fenrisian Inquisitor. There you go! With this logic in mind, I am under the conception that Wolfen are abhuman, but they are far too dangerous to have citizenship. But they are still abhuman nonetheless. So, with that in mind, census, abhuman. Okay, census, citizenship. I can fuck with this. This is fine. But as it stands, the Wolfen are abhuman by census. Now don't touch that dial, because I think I have one more thing that I have listed on here that we didn't take a look at. The Avenans. The Avenans were humans who resided on the Arc-Reach Secundus during the Great Crusade. Mechanicum geneticists recorded that the Avenans possessed an incredibly diverse genetic baseline, noted to be far from the archetypical human genome, but they're still human. It was speculated this during the Millennium of Separation during the rest of humanity during Old Night. The Avenians were described as being graceful and fine-boned with facial structure sharp and angular. Though they appeared to be weak and fragile, later research proved their bodies were actually very flexible and strong. They lived in silver towers on top of the tallest mountain peaks of Helosia. The towers were interconnected by feather-like bridges. The Avenians were also noted to have a close relationship with a wide variety of aerial beasts. Avenian forces were noted to employ snow shrikes, razor-beaked birds, and break Imperial forces through their assaults. The Avenians were also known to actually ride on the backs of larger animals. The Avenian government was comprised of a polyarchical leadership, heralded by what is known as the Phoenix Court. Negotiations between the Imperium of Mana and the Avenians were unsuccessful, as resulted in war of compliance. The Avenians were members of 6 trade systems and defended a defended alliance of the Arc-Reach cluster. The Avenians were the 6th and final system in the Arc-Reach cluster to join the Imperium. They still exist. So, now we have a dilemma. Because we have the Thrix. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got it. I got it. The Thrix are harpies. Whereas the Avanians are fucking, like, the owl people. From D&D. I forget, what are they called again? Fucking help me out here, chat. The Owlin, yes. These dudes are super Owlin. The Thousand Suns recorded over 3 million defenders being killed in a 6-month campaign of compliance, though they agreed in compliance. They could have felt the chaos. No, it says the Avanians were also hold on. The Avanians were members of a six system trade and defense alliance with the Arc-Reach cluster. The Avanians were the 6th and final system in the Arc-Reach cluster to join the Imperium. My solution to this idea, I gravitate to the idea that these are owl people. That's before the Horus Heresy? Yeah, that's before Horus. So, now with that set in mind, abhuman, yay or nay? Okay. Imperial citizenship. Census. They are already a part of the Imperium. Well, then there you go. So, this is what I have currently, chat. So, we currently have the following. We have the Alfriel Strain, the Amphi, the Avanians, the Beastmen, Blanks, the Deeper, Drapanes, Felinids, Gland Warriors, Goliaths, the Katara, the Lazul, Longshanks, Navigators, Neandors, Nightsiders, Ogren, Palingers, Psychers, Ratlings, Scalies, Shadowkin, Squats, Thrix, Trots, Vampires, and Wolfen. Whoop. You thought Blanks and Psychers were taken off the abhuman list. No! They're not taken off the list. They count. Hey, Abelauder. So you were talking about abhumans, been on vacation. Speaking of abhumans, technically my 40K Sona is an abhuman. He is a chaos tut. You sure you want to say that out loud? He is a chaos-touched human Skitari, general promoted to tech priest. Yeah, you want to admit that in front of the whole census, my dude? Balls. Brass balls. But that does raise a point, actually. Do the Skitari count as abhuman? No? How do you figure? Are not the Skitari just humans with mechanical pieces thrown in? AKA... The Skitari are servitors. Yeah, but they're still human. They're human-made machine. So they're cyborgs. I'm of the mindset to believe that if that's the case, then a Skitari is 100% a fucking abhuman. All tech priests are barely human the further up you go. So do we count that as a status, or do we count that as a race at that point? There's the question we have to ask ourselves. The Imperium considers them human even if they still are just a brain in a jar. Yeah, see? This one's kind of hard to wrap your brain around, isn't it? For instance, an Ogren Servitor is just an abhuman Servitor, but a criminal condemned to Servitor status is still a human turned into a Sevitar. Yeah. It do be like that, don't it? I like that your, I like it that your Skitari has a fucking nose that looks like a shark. That's cool. Augmentation does not equal abhumanism. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, then sure. Chaos-touched individuals exist actually frequently, especially in Hive City riffraff. Oh, we're not arguing that. We're not arguing that, don't you worry. Like, Pharisian wolves are probably when human evolution strains go way past abhumanism and become their own thing entirely. Yeah, we call those Xenos. like, my brother in Christ. That's a Xeno. Trevitos, thank you for the lurk. I mean, listen, chat. I gotta be real with you. I'm no stranger to looking up all that Xeno shit. And I'm gonna tell you, some of it's kind of fucking sick. know, humanity's oldest man since oldest enemy since the fucking Age of Strife. Should you admit that in front of the census? Don't worry, it's just a vampire. We have it on census. Don't worry about it. It's not an admission of guilt. It's fucking history. Wait, what are these things? Wolf and assault troops. They're fucking app-humans. You know what's fucking crazy? We went off on this tangent for so long that I actually have no fucking idea how to actually end it. Other than I can probably show you guys, like, little bits of artwork that I did.
Oh, yeah.
Toothpick as a ratling. Dude, you know in your heart of hearts that if Toothpick was in fucking 40K, he would absolutely be a he would just be a fucking Skaven. Because I would love to be the point of contention when it comes to fucking trying to bridge Skaven into fucking 40K. Hold on, I actually lost the page. You'll never know if he has no eyes, chat. You'll never know if he has no eyes, because he's got the fucking... He's got the heat signature patch on one eye and his hair covering the other. You would never know if he had eyes or not. Wrath and Glory 2nd edition has plenty of abhuman rules. Oh, fucking sick. Lizard Man? No, that would be a Scaly. Pontus over here is a fucking, a Pelager. He's a shark. That's all I drew, though, unfortunately. But I'm telling you, chat, if there was ever a game or a character I had to make up for myself for 40K and I had to be like, gun to your head, pick an abhuman, it would absolutely either be a Logshank or it would be a Nightsider. Ogren's fine. I don't hate the Ogren. It's just that they're kind of common now at this point. I'd rather play with something that's different. Chat, I'm not playing a cat person. I'm not. Hold on. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. Give me meow. Give me Homo sapiens Hersius. Do it your fucking self. Human. Census. Imperial citizenship, census. If you say yes, we do have Imperial guardsmen with their sights trained on you. Shizu Cheese, thank you for the raid. Okay. Well, now that I've basically done all of this, this was a fun distraction, considering the fact that the whole reason I did this stream was because I don't have money, actually. Like, I'm kind of like dangerously in the red, and I don't know if I'm gonna get paid until Monday. So this was basically me being like, oh fuck, I can't buy video games. I can't show people any cool new indie stuff because I haven't got my Patreon money yet. And I'm like in the double digits of money. So thanks for waiting off the threat of fiscal insecurity as I try to now think of something else to do after I'm done with this stream. I might, like, do commissions off stream, but I might, like, take a break here. I was considering doing more art, doing video games, but I don't know. Do people want to stick around for games, or do you want to just go fuck off into the aether? Thank you for the 100 bits. Down for anything? Am I really gonna fucking save this artwork? It's not art, it's just fucking shitpost. You know what? Screw it. Save it, they're great. How generous of you to say that. Ship posting is art. You know what? With that, I can agree on. How about this? Give me like 5 minutes to figure out if I have the gumption to want to like stream something else after this. Worst case scenario, I tell you guys I'm gonna go send you off elsewhere. But let's take like a 5-minute break and let me see if I can collect myself to want to do something else. We'll be right back. know what, chat? It's probably better if I just cut the stream now. Like, I just realized what time it was, and I have to wake up early in the morning, but also, like, if I started playing video games now, I feel like it would just be diminishing returns. And I would feel a lot more safer if I got to work doing commission stuff. So, I'm sorry that all I did was just yap at you guys about 40K hyperfixations. But don't get it twisted, Fang. It wasn't productive, but it was fun. I'll give that. I'll give that it was fun just to yap a little bit, especially since today was not a fun day. So, this at least gave me an excuse to hang out with people. Wait, did I what is my uptime, actually? I did that for 4.5 hours? Holy shit! That was a whole stream in and of itself! Fucking A. Alright, well, fuck it. Let me bring you guys somewhere else. Let's see who's live I can send you to. Well, thanks. Whoa. Oh. Thanks for listening to me yammer on about this shit for as long as possible. Hopefully next time I'll have something a little bit more substantial for you guys. What's going on lately? Who's streaming what? How about... let me see what Nave's doing, because I don't know if he's doing commissions or not. You know what? Fuck it. I'm sending you guys over to Nave. He's drawing right now. Is that the right person? It sure is. Alright, gang. I'm gonna go fuck off. I'll see you guys later. Sooner or later, probably sooner than I think, Bout Cart will make its return. That's all I'll say right now. Also, one more quick thing. I actually got approached by, I got approached by some folks to do some sponsored content for, Sonic Rumble. So... I don't have all the information I can give just yet, but know that between this upcoming Tuesday through Friday, at least 2 streams are going to be dedicated to that. All right, with that in mind, I'll check you guys later. Have a good one.